Hey, what's up, everybody? Hope you're all doing well tonight, today, the whole time, really. Hey, Pickles. Hey, Leaf. Good luck and have fun. Thanks so much. What's up, Lux, Ramon, Mel, Construct? It's so noticeable when my main light's not on. Alright. Let's clear some of this. Some of the background crew out of here. Yeah. It could be 8 hours. I'm attempting 2 whole miniatures in a night, so I'm... anything could happen. Really. Already got some names. I appreciate the reminder. I've been getting better about it. Let's see. Right there. Mortis is a good name. Barnaby for the... You guys got some stuff figured out. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I kind of picked these two. They just so happen to both be Reaper miniatures. It's not why I picked them. I realized after the fact. Have some interesting ideas for sort of... I guess death adjacent characters, and it feels like, you know, they could be enemies. They could also be sort of partners. Like one feels like very kind of maybe more of an investigator than a combatant, and the other one definitely feels like they're geared up for a fight. So I kind of liked that juxtaposition, and we'll just see what we come up with. If I start with some miniature bases, and I think standard will work for both of these. Yeah, kind of a Sherlock and Watson type of vibe. I think that wouldn't surprise me. We'll just find our own spin for that. Yeah, I think both of them will work just fine on a standard mini base. First thing I'm going to do, after I try to correct my lighting a little bit, ooh, that's a good pull, Connor. Construct, what background is the one with the sword and tail? Lizard Man? Oh. Well, technically he's a Dragonborn Thief. That's technically the name of the miniature, but that's not what I thought of when I looked at him. No, they don't come with bases, so we're going to make those two. But the first thing I'm going to do is get these guys transplanted onto some handles. Make it a little bit easier to work with. Actually, very few miniatures come with bases. Like you can get those like Reaper or sorry, WizKids have like those flat bases, which I do save because there are some uses for those. But I really prefer these. These are actually Reaper bases, I believe. Yeah, RMP. They're just a standard 1-inch with a nice, relatively like thick depth. That's sort of my preference. I don't know why. I just like the look. All right. Let's get these guys on here. Exact position doesn't really matter. I just want to kind of give them a central position. You can finalize it later. Oh, yeah. That new drill bit I picked up last week makes a ton of difference. I should have refreshed it a lot sooner. Can't have the wall out of whack here. Gotta keep that looking tidy. Yeah, I have some of those too, especially because those bases you're talking about, Connor. I like lots of variety in base size, which sounds like such a weird thing to say, but sometimes, commonly they'll break down at just kind of like the inch or maybe half-inch mark. But I like a wide variety because then you have sort of different options to find the right fit. That's why I have a bunch to go through each time. Okay. All right, so we'll keep that base here, and so I make the two things separate up until whatever point it makes sense to just glue them together. I'll give you that. This one's a little bit closer to the edge. Construct, you're a fan of a flared base. Everybody's got their style. I get it. Printed bases can be really cool too. I mean, I can always spot them, but it doesn't bother me. Still awesome. Nope, gotta go further over. Dropped frames? Oh no. Hey Sebastian. Dropping frames. Okay, alright. Well, pick them up off the floor. Let's see. No suggestions from... So according to OBS and YouTube, I've dropped 22 frames. That doesn't seem like what you're talking about. Does this guy have a sort of a lean? So I might have to counteract that. Nah, he's okay. Okay. Don't know. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll see if we get alerted to any sort of problems. I can always kill the overhead camera because maybe it's multiple cameras doing it. Not entirely sure. Angle this down. Okay. All right, so starting with the bases, because those will probably take the longest to dry. Oh, okay. There's a warning from YouTube. All right, so good. Let me see if I can puzzle it out. Not consistent. Might have been YouTube. No, it's probably here. Let me see. I've got tools for this now. I've been working on this. I mean, when I say I've been working on it, I've got some guesses. That's all, really. Some stuff that could make a difference. We'll see. I did see the new Superman trailer. It was great. I'm excited for it. All right, we'll see if that helps at all. Okay. So I feel like, what do I feel like? Earth and grass and maybe like, a gravedigger in a cemetery makes sense, but that could be communicated just with like the type of ground. Can I make like maybe I can make sort of like grooves or something in the ground cover, or just kind of like dead grass, but stuff in a graveyard. I guess it's a graveyard versus a cemetery. I feel like graveyard vibes are going to be a little bit more decrepit. I think my favorite comment about the Superman trailer, I could do cobblestone. I have to carve it up a little bit again. That always takes time with green stuff, but it is doable. My favorite comment that I saw in the trailer was, what a world where Guardians of the Galaxy is name dropped in an effort to promote Superman. I was like, that's a really good point. This is kind of wild to be like, well, you loved Guardians, so you'll love Superman. It's like, wow, that's where we are. Let's see. Do I want? All right. So let me look at this guy, because I feel like if anything feels like a graveyard, it's this guy. The other guy feels maybe more cobblestone streets. And would it be too ambitious? Would it be too ambitious to try to do like a hill? Like, I wonder if because it feels like a hill might even give a cemetery vibe on its own, like trying to squeeze in like iron gates, or like certainly not a tombstone or anything. He's got a shovel. Ooh, maybe that's it. Can I make it look like he's dug something out right in front? Maybe that's the trick. Like he's just currently dug something up. I like that a lot. Doesn't take much to do that. It just takes sort of creating that hole. So I think it might be green stuff for both of these bases, actually, because I can create the hill, and then I can very lightly sort of touch it up with some texture paste. I don't need to like lay it on that thick. And then this guy, I still haven't seen. I saw Suicide Squad. I'm not sure I remember much about it. I still haven't watched Peacemaker, even though one of my players in particular is really insistent that I should. Yeah, this Dragonborn feels like wet cobblestone streets at night. Like he's, I think that's like a book that he's carrying. Like he stole a book from some place because he doesn't want to be registered. Like it's some sort of I don't know, book about a death cult or something. Peacemaker's fantastic. I've heard really good things about it. All right, so we're hitting up two different green stuff bases. This will be fun. Because why not? I don't have any other plans tonight. Now do I have green stuff? Does he have green stuff? What a question. It does make me wish I had a cleaner source of water than that paint pot, though, right now. But that's okay. Sometimes you gotta get a little bit messy, right? Gotta find a way to bring it back around, I understand. Any way to bring it around to that. I hate mixing up green stuff sometimes. Hey, Schweens. What's up, Jesse? Maybe it's just the brand that I bought a bunch of that I'm still working through, but it's like, I understand it's like a thing to, it's tough and all that, but kind of ridiculous until you really start working it together. Well, it's still showing the banner to me about the warning, but it hasn't told me that any frames have dropped, so maybe it's okay now. Seems overall a lot more stable than it's been. And I don't think I really had any issues last night for the most part. Yeah, maybe I should try that, switching that up. Well, I also find that there's like, it's probably just this, I have like cheap stuff maybe, or can there be cheap green stuff? Isn't it all from like the same company? There's like all this, it's like garbage hard edges in it. Thanks, Construct. Looks like it's returned to normal. So what it's telling me, or its little suggestion. I want to switch you guys back to. Hey, Gigi. What is the suggestion that YouTube has? Let's see. Aside from showing you guys ads all the time, that's what YouTube's always telling me to do. The stream's current bitrate is higher than the recommended bitrate. What do we recommend? What do you recommend? That you use a stream bitrate of... Okay, well, I don't think I can change that right now. But I will next time. Right, yeah, there's nothing like unique about it. Yeah. Okay, so I need to remember the number. YouTube recommends... What's the number again? 6800 kbps. 6800. Even though following recommended numbers for stream stuff has failed me before. I'll give it a shot. It wouldn't taste very good, I don't think, no. Not recommended, but... Ugh. Probably, yeah. Probably. Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a lot of DC movies coming out soon, right? Because we've got, I think, Superman next year, and I think is Supergirl the, like the year after, if I remember correctly. Whole bunch of other ones too that I don't remember, but I don't know. I'm looking forward to it because I like you know, I like DC stuff well enough, and watching the trailer, like I'm not enough of a big fan to like identify, like obviously like Lex Luthor and stuff like that, but I'm watching, I'm like, I don't know these villains, and I think I saw like 4 of them or something like that, and I'm here for it. I don't need to know who they are. I'm just gonna watch and take it for what it is. I look forward to that. I don't have to know things. What a relief. Hey, Narf. These are Citadel paint handles. I think I have them on my tools page linked up if you want to find some. There are a few different brands. I just am partial to these. They're not all quite the same style. They've changed them up a little bit over the years, but I am a fan. Yeah, there's these like fringes that feel like they won't mix in. It's annoying. I heard that too. Yeah, and they're connected. All of the shows and movies and stuff, which I think is a cool idea. Yeah, like it's like these like spines that are coming out of it. I need to try milliput next time. I need to pick up some and put it into rotation for miniature bases. Because maybe it'll work well for the cobblestone if it's got these sort of like bumps. Just sort of a natural. Maybe I can do this the easy way actually and just like lean into. Sorry, you guys can't see. There's all these sort of like bumps in the green stuff, and it's like, well, wait a minute. If I smooth this out and just lean into like a kind of a muddy, watery street, I could save myself a bunch of time, I bet. Which seems like a good idea since I'm doing 2 minis and 2 bases. Take an easy win where I can get it. Hey Riley, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Painting up a Gravedigger and a Dragonborn tonight. And right now working on sculpting some bases to put them on. With green stuff. See ya, Pickles. It's like here, can I just like transplant these bumps? This uneven surface, just lean into it. They could be. So I have this idea. I cooked it up with a player once in a campaign that didn't really make it very far. We're trying to do cooked a bit of shuddering. That's too much of a headache. It was also, but the Marvel stuff, wasn't that also the TV stuff was run by different people and they weren't all aligned anyway? Like I think there were some big disagreements about what was being made in TV and how they were doing it. That's what I thought. But I could be wrong. Oh, okay, Riley. Well, thanks for checking it out. Yeah, Mel, I thought it did look good. So I had a Death Cleric player, and we sort of came up with a custom subclass with some interesting ideas, and it kind of makes me want to, since we didn't really get to explore the idea very much, I kind of want to revisit that idea with these characters maybe. Okay, I need let's see. And then for this other one, thanks, David. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate that. Yes, sorry, I get distracted working with. So what was the neat concept with the Death Cleric was this idea that the Death Cleric could actually sort of visit people's time of death, like dead people. They could effectively sort of death walk, right, for lack of a better term for it, and that by doing so, they could see like the last minute, or actually sort of actually experience it, like from their perspective. So the playable part of this would be that when they did this, they would actually sort of play out the death, like the last 60 seconds, which could be like the final fight of some character, which is an ambitious idea, and we didn't have a chance to really refine what that could mean, but it was a cool concept that, like, okay, this is touching death is sort of the idea for this cleric, and but from a sort of an investigative perspective. But in order to do it, the limitation, right, was that the Death Cleric actually had to die to do it. So the idea of having a partner or having a party was key, because they would have to basically find the dead person or the grave or wherever, and they would basically have to sort of slip off the mortal coil, and they would need somebody there to basically bring them back and sort of heal them, which they had a ritual for. It wasn't going to be quite as extreme as bringing somebody back from the dead. Sort of a special sort of death where, like, if they don't have somebody there to help them, eventually they will slip away. That was kind of the idea, because as we sort of kind of went back and forth on the concept, it was like, well, how fun would it be to be able to do that with the characters, where it's like, well, I can find out what happened, but you know, I'm gonna need you guys to just like stand watch for a few minutes while I do this. It was just a neat concept that I wanted to explore some more. And in this case, it's like having a oh, it could work. Don't be such a downer, Construct. It could work. Having a gravedigger as sort of a, you know, and somebody who maybe is always like they've lost way more fights than they've ever won because they are actually fighting the fights of dead people, presents a lot of really fun, I think, opportunities. I'm just teasing you, Construct. I think it's a tricky concept that would need a lot of work, but it's an exciting concept, and that's what I liked about it. That's actually not a bad little dig. But I think I need to go as far down as I can with it, because once I put like any sort of topsoil on it, I can see the effect becoming less pronounced. Well, you have to think, how often do you come across a dead body in D&D? Like, I don't think it happens, you know, maybe they're just littered all over the place in certain situations. But it was also like, I'd have to look back at the notes for it, but like mechanically it was something they could do like initially like once a day or even like once a week. Like, it was severely limited. Like, they'd have to be really choosy about it. It was something they could probably, you know, the process of doing it would get easier over time, just like anything does when you level up. But I think we were even talking about like, not only do they die, but like when they come out of it, like there's some level of exhaustion or something that that they'll have to recover from. Like, it should be, you know, because it's such a, cheat code's not the right word for it, but it's such a way to gain information. You know, it almost like, you're like, to your point, if it's not severely limited and made to be, you know, break glass, like in case of situation, like it could be abused. Okay, I think that'll be a whole. I think I can sell that as a whole. But back to your original point about it working well for NPCs, there's no reason that these couldn't be NPCs also. Like, a subclass could be something to playtest and sort out. or just use in a game and see if it would be fun or annoying. But having NPCs where it's like, oh yeah, we can find out what happened to your friend. We can't bring him back, but yeah, if you take us to the body, I mean, we can find out what happened to him for a price, you know. Give them their own set of things to investigate. That could be kind of interesting. Costing hit dice is a good example. Good thought. Jay, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you. Braylon, hello as well. I think most of my hand-carved sort of cobblestone bases kind of just look like turtle shells, but I guess that's a little bit what cobblestone sometimes looks like anyway. Maybe I can force a divot for some puddles on this one. Mud and puddles. Necrometry. Follows modern 5R design. Yeah. Braylon, it's going great. Just working on bases for these two. I'm going to do 2 miniatures tonight. I'm not sure exactly who they are, how they're related. Maybe they work together. Maybe they're enemies. Kind of feel like they could be some sort of investigative pair. Maybe NPCs or, you know, subclass ideas for characters to play. Not really sure yet. But that one... this base here is going to be have a hole that this guy just dug, and this one is going to be wet, muddy cobblestone. What's up, Smith? Welcome back. I could definitely see an argument for having printed up just some, you know, a handful of like cobblestone bases. It can be a little bit tedious, but I kind of, you know, working on my sculpting work, you know, or working on my sculpting work, working on my skill as a sculptor probably isn't bad either. Let's see, what else could they be? I mean, they could certainly be grave robbers. They could be con artists, certainly. I was just I saw some clips recently of The Talented Mr. Ripley. It really makes me want to watch that movie again. I don't know if anybody's ever seen that. Pretty good movie. These miniatures are like a soft plastic. These are Reaper miniatures. I didn't print them. I didn't link them, but I put the products names in the description of the stream. Did that ahead of time. Don't know yet. character with the lantern is some sort of grave digger, or at least if not grave digger, they're certainly comfortable grave digging. But I would venture a bold guess that that's their job. Necrometry. That's a nice pull construct. I like that. Two rogues who are individually really bad, but together they cover each other. It's a fun idea, Knight. Ooh, Andrew could be a phantom. Could be. Maybe that's why they can speak or sort of walk with the dead, because they're just a little bit closer to dead than other people are. Now, the big question, especially with this more detailed work, is, and we can find this out before Matisse gets here later, get a general opinion. Do we think 30 frames per second makes the stream worse? Because right now, we're at 30 frames per second, not 60 frames per second, which, depending on who you talk to, is a big deal. I'm not pointing fingers, but I've heard that. But I think it's easier for me to keep a stable 30 FPS frame, 30 FPS stream than a 60. Garbage unwatchable. I knew it. I knew it. Yeah. Hey, undersampled. Good to see you again. It's just me making cobblestone again. Can't help myself. That's true. That would be a bad SPF. But how about an FPS? Would there be a PFS? Is there an acronym for that? I don't even know. Probably. There's probably something out there. Okay. So I think I want some puddles. I think I want to make a muddy street that has like, I've got this like water gel stuff to use, and this seems like the perfect way to use it. So if I just divot some of these stones in, it's a bit of a risk because I don't know if I'm going to need this space for the miniature's feet to go. but I'll take that risk. Yeah, I figure there's almost anything can be an acronym, but that doesn't mean that it makes any sense to anybody. Okay, so if I divot this down and then if I use some muddy paste to build up around these a little bit extra, I bet I can make puddles. I bet I can. All right. Bases are started and drying. It's green stuff, so that's the most important part. And we are painting 2 miniatures today. And are they partners? Are they enemies? Are they lovers? We don't really know. One is a Gravedigger from Reaper. The other one is a Dragonborn, also from Reaper. The Dragonborn has a sword and a book. And the combination of the two makes it feel like maybe it's... I think they have to be sleuths of some sort. They collaborate. You know, one digs up the bodies and maybe finds the bodies, and I think I want to pursue this idea of the Dragonborn sort of death walking. Maybe there's something about the sword that, you know, gets stronger when he's dead or close to death. Maybe it's otherwise mundane, but he spends a lot of time sort of on that edge. Dragonborn's an aggressive librarian. That's true too. And then this guy buries him. That would be another take on it. Would it be weird to do? Could we do it like an orange scaled Dragonborn? For whatever reason, I look at this guy and I'm like, I think I want him to be orange. Is that weird? Yeah, the ground ski. So the idea that I was pitching a little bit ago, and it's fairly unrefined. It's only like the kernel of an idea, but I had a death cleric in my games once. Yeah, they could be enemies. That would be interesting, or maybe on two sides of the same sort of issue somehow. I had a death cleric in one of my games that unfortunately didn't continue on past a few sessions, but it was a really fun idea for a cleric, and the way that they sort of their death domain ability was tied to sort of, if you know, a dead body with the right conditions, you know, maybe it's not, well, maybe it doesn't, maybe initially early levels they would have to be like recently dead or like within some period of time. They could sort of walk in their skin for the last like minute of their life. They could see what it was that killed them. But this would be like really taxing, and also to do it, the cleric would have to die. So they couldn't do it without a partner. They needed somebody there to basically revive them, give them a potion after doing it, and they would basically be like exhausted and wiped out. Is it? Yeah, it's just low. It's just really low. And it could be that the song in particular is really low, but I don't know. We can always try notching it up a little bit. clearly, if it's that low, it's not overpowering what I say. Soft piano ballads are pretty low. I mean, you can't hear the music half the time, or you can't hear me. Do I need to be boosting my mic more? Mel, they could be brothers, or at least they're brothers now, right? I didn't see any objections to Orange Dragonborn, so that's what I'm gonna pursue. I've got this fire giant orange speed paint. So that, I think speed paint means that they'll be orange really, really fast, which I'm a fan of. Yeah, definitely Dampe. No orange? That's okay, too late. Orange Dragonborn, it's happening. Blue would look cool too. I agree. Oh, that's got some weird sludge artifact in that paint area. Mort's a fun name. Well, he is a Death Walker, or a what was it? Necromantis. What's the word? Necrometry. Sounds like death geometry. Necrometry. It's okay to be wrong. Well, Dampe wasn't a ghost when you first met him, but when you became an adult and 7 years went by, when you came back to the graveyard, Dampe was a ghost. Not to be pedantic about Ocarina of Time lore, but I'm fair. I think that's pretty accurate. All right, see you soon. That's fair, understandable. I don't know what I was thinking. It would be strange if you were just always a ghost. We cannot get an orange filter on. I don't even know how to do that. Actually, I think I know how to do that, but I think, knowing my luck, that would be like the exact thing that would crash the stream. It's like somewhere in the OBS documentation, it's like never mess with color grading while you're, Flip it in the Gravedigger as a ghost digging graves looking for his body. So I like the idea of somebody being like secretly dead the whole time, but from a gameplay perspective, that might be tricky. Maybe not. But maybe. Depends on the use case. Well, I think if to go with the idea of sort of to die in order to see how somebody died, to sort of experience the death, I feel like there's a death there. There's a, you know, getting closer and closer to sort of crossing over. Like it kind of feels like like the Constantine vibe of like you're just putting a target on your back the more that you do it. Possession wouldn't give you access to their last moments, right? I guess it could. Throw the mini away. What do you do when you paint something you weren't trying to? Two options, especially with speed paints because they're so potent. Sometimes the layer that goes over the top, it's not going to matter, and I'll usually know by then. But the other and more common option is, especially when it's like a big swipe, because I'm just bad at what I do. That's what brush on primer is for. I can just hit it with either brush on primer again or just a touch of white, give it a second to dry, and then go right back over it with whatever I meant to. So paintings, you can always put more paint. So well said. You can always put more paint. I just nailed that one. Gotta save that clip. Gotta look closer. Well, some minis are easier than others. This guy looks like he has gloves on. Like he's got full on, like you can really only see his legs and his head. And he's got like a gloves and cloak and clothes on. So I think that's all the orange we're gonna get. Not really, because it's hard to paint with any sort of delay, and there's always going to be like sort of a. I'll use it to examine, right? But mostly when I'm looking up at the camera, I'm trying to make sure that that it's in focus, that it's in frame. Like if I get to where I'm painting and doing whatever, I'll lose track. So. Welcome back, Pickles. Priming in black instead of white. Using speed paints sort of requires priming in at least gray, or if you're going to prime it black or like a darker thing, you kind of have to step it up with white, I think, at some point. Otherwise, those speed paints, which are like my primary way I paint minis at this point. I feel like a dark, like blue cloak could also be like, maybe like a tan. So maybe like a light brown, like kind of like a duster vibe. He's got this wide brimmed hat. I feel like that probably has to be a dark gray or like a black hat, right? I do have some new speed paint colors that I haven't tried yet. So maybe I should try them. That's fun. Aged high. A sage green hat. I could see that. So what's the thing that what does this guy do? What's the grave digger here? What's his specialty? What's his value in the partnership, or in let's just say in the relationship, whatever they have? What's his deal? Hey, son. These are both Reaper miniatures. I bought them probably at a game store at some point. And they sat around for probably the last 2 years. I primed them, and now here we are. Schweens, the vibe. So the vibe of these two, it's something about death. We've got some ghost ideas rolling around. We've got a cleric idea rolling around. If you've ever seen Flatliners, we've got sort of a Flatliners concept of like seeing people's last moments type of thing, maybe. Kind of feels like PIs, or maybe they do like work for, some sort of dark, some sort of a domain of death. So they're on some sort of quest of their own, trying to investigate something for some purposes. Oh, and Dompe. Got some Dompe, some notes, some hints of Dompe in there. Just getting the underside of that hat, because that's what everybody's going to notice first. Just get that paint right on the face where I want it. So we've got sort of Dompe and Constantine. That's what I keep coming back to, or this idea of it's the Dragonborn is somebody ready to fight in some form or another. Maybe it's fighting, in the beyond, and as a book. Like, what kind of dark arts are in this book? What is he sort of either stealing or protecting with his life? Could collect the soul's memories inside the lantern, similar to Thresh from League of Legends. That's true. I think technically the lantern has a skull on it. So at the very least, like whether it collects souls, which feels like a very particular type of direction, like that could be it. It could also be it's a magic lantern of some sort. Like maybe it reveals the recently dead, or maybe there's something that could be. Maybe there are things. What if you could be a grave robber, but you're not robbing the stuff? What if there was a way to rob from the person's soul, or their last moments, right? One to kill, one to collect. That could be. That could be. Want that? You get Outer Wilds vibes from Lanterns now. Yeah, that game will do something to you. It's a neat idea. Kind of fits with, yeah, something that could be taken from them. Hey, Hoff, I can't think of what I'm trying to describe, but there's like a dead speaker or something. Maybe he can take the knowledge, experiences, emotions of the dead. Hey, Noel. Are you pulling from D&D Dampiers? Not so far, because I don't think I even know what that is. What's that? What's Dampier? Could pull from it. I like this idea. What could you steal from somebody's last minute of life? That's a compelling question. That and maybe it is some sort of like it's a, you know, something sustaining or some sort of magic or power. A dream hunger? That's kind of fun. Hey, John. Last words. Like, these guys feel like characters that would NPCs that the party would find, and they'd be like, they'd be doing something, you know, they'd be investigating something, and they'd ask the party for help, and, you know, would seem as though like, wow, they're doing this. This is how they investigate. They find these dead bodies and they're tracking down a killer, but really, that's not their primary objective. Like, they'll do that. They can learn things about, you know, who the killer was, what was going on, what the conflict, but really what they're doing is collecting. It could be as simple as, with access to the mind of the person who died, they're able to, like, you know, figure out what they have that might be worth stealing. But that feels sort of low. And maybe that's the point. Feed an old lich, Pickles, not a bad idea. Ooh, John, that's a really interesting idea. Is there power in those last moments? I think the idea that I liked is that it's more like, you know, locating contact with recently or maybe long dead people. So the idea is that the location and actually dealing with the bodies primarily is this guy, like doing the legwork and the investigation. The one with the power, whether it's a clerical power, a sorcery power, unexplained, unknown, whatever the reason, they're able to sort of dip in and take what they need from those last moments. But to do it, they basically have to die. So like they find the dead body, they slip away for no more than a minute, and then they bring them back. So it's a type of power that sort of requires a partner. I mean, the work that they would do, they're not resurrecting, like you said, Knight, but they're bringing closure. Sort of reminds me of Miles from Lost, like season 4, I think. You know, just a way to make money, right? Getting answers for people by finding out whatever they find out. But that's more like talking to the dead, whereas this is more like experiencing the final moments. So there'd have to be some value to that. There'd have to be something that they get from it. There's an altruistic spin, and I like these ideas because that's ostensibly what they would tell people they're doing and why they're doing it. That's the business in the front. But it does feel like there's some horrible truth to what they're doing. That would change the perspective of the players on them real fast. Maybe this work, I mean, maybe it's a curse on the dead. You know, maybe it becomes like 100-fold more likely for the dead that they interact with to rise. Souls of their unfinished business. I like that. Okay, so that's definitely not sure, Pickles. You know, sooner than the last time I said. Yeah, I've got sort of a big project I'm working on right now, and that will include some short videos. There may be some ones before that though, but I don't have a timetable to give you right now. Oh, collecting those unfinished businesses. That's, yeah. power of the dead's greatest potential. I mean, see ya, Pickles. I just had an idea, but it's kind of dark. What if it's not taking? What if it's giving? So in other words, going back to the Constantine, or like, you know, this Dragonborn's damned. This Dragonborn is cursed. But by seeing the death of by touching, like as much as he's sort of touching the dead and seeing this last minute, he's also sort of like ridding himself of his curse a little bit each time by cursing them, right? So it's like he's got a debt to pay. And as much as they're supposedly answering these questions, what nobody will ever know is that you know, it's like the touch goes both ways. That transference is almost, it's like, wait, how many people have you cursed by, you know, helping loved ones or helping solve mysteries or just in your day-to-day? Like, how could you do that? It's like, well, they're already dead. It's like, yeah, but what happens to them then? Like, are you making ghosts, right? Are you creating a different sort of problem? It's like, well, I'm paying down a debt. It's basically like an invisible crime. How could anybody even know that it was happening? So the lantern guy be like a psychic who can sense something is wrong with the spirits and is hunting the source. I mean, wrong with spirits, or could they just be... Are they just hunting a killer? Is it a partnership of, you know, I imagine one of them hiring the other, and then it's like, oh, you can do that? Because if you can see their last minute, then that means you can see who it was, and we can get closer, we can track down where they went, we can find this person who is killing people. And the Dragonborn's interested in doing it because there would have to be something about... Maybe certain types of death maybe the experience makes the Dragonborn stronger. It's like a death eating type of experience, even if it's not their own death. So what if the Dragonborn almost like a reimagined Phoenix? You know, like the idea that the Phoenix is going to come back, sort of reborn in fire and flame, that sort of thing, and they come back brighter, stronger. I don't know exactly how the Phoenix, like the idea of the Phoenix works, but that's like a basic idea, I think. Is that iZombie? That's funny. Well, what I was thinking is that what if the reason for the connection to death, you know, for the Dragonborn, what if their magic gets stronger when they die? And what if they discovered that some time ago, but like to die is a real big pain and they have to go through a lot to recover. Maybe it's even like a reborn thing, like they die and they come back, and they've done it so many times, but it's a lot easier to just, they seem to get the same sort of boost effect from experiencing other people's death this way. Could still be passing on something to them, or taking something from them. I think it wouldn't be that weird for them to sort of be creating these residual ghosts in their wake, helping in some way, harmful in another way. So we've got Mortis for the Gravedigger. Do we still like that? It's a bit on the nose, but that doesn't mean it's bad. On the nose can be just fine. Souls-like mechanic, maybe. Yeah, what are the... Oh, man. So... that even brings, like, their death being fuel or ammo maybe is even worse. Morris. Movie for inspiration. See you at night. Thanks for the ideas. Tombstone. Let's check out the... Okay. So we've got a cloak here. Definitely something more daring. You know, man, some of these details are kind of lost in each other. What's... Oh, is that a reference? Jesse, what's... You say Riga? Oh, like Riga and Mortis. Or Riga and Mortis, but... I mean, who can get enough of a purple cloak? Is that just me? Do purple and orange go well together? I just can't help myself. Purple cloaks are cool. See, Undersampled. Thanks for the ideas and the thoughts. Yes to purple and orange. John, in the ninth Doctor Who's run, there were a species of alien who wanted to steal the bodies, dead people, and live out their lives, and the Doctor was arguing, why shouldn't they be able to? They are dead. Hey, Ryan. It's like you were summoned. You're like, wait, did somebody put out the bat signal for exactly my profession? It turns out, yes. It's amazing. What are the odds of that? It was meant to be. Heard it from the next life somehow. It's like, where does the... Maybe to some extent we're overthinking and overcomplicating it. What if the death of people, like if this character, if this Dragonborn can slip into and experience the death, maybe among other things, what if they come back with it, kind of going back to that souls idea? What if it calcifies? What if it becomes its own source of like potent, either maybe it's a material for spell casting or potion making. Maybe it has some other properties, but like they've effectively, it's like they've commoditized and are sort of exploiting these deaths, right? And their argument is like, what? They already died. It's not like we killed them for it. It's like those ideas of like, does a picture steal your soul? Like, does what they're doing affect or damn the dead? Or is it just like, whatever, they're dead anyway, who cares? Ooh, there is some extra orange up here. The ears poke out. Paler mortis, liver mortis, rigor mortis, and alger mortis. Life is energy, maybe death is too. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, maybe the simpler answer is the way to go. They found some like, it's almost like it's like a new element or something, like that they can they can use or sell. Kind of like that idea. Yeah, it's all just energy transfer. It's almost like he catches it. Negative energy. a deathantium. I mean, I feel like it being I feel like it sort of literally objectifying that moment in some way opens up a lot of possibilities. You know, could it be used for potions? You know, could it be used as a poison? Like, what would they? The trip back. I mean, it could be sort of like a messy thing, like coming back. Sort of. What if his cloak is just like drenched in ichor or something like that? Like there's some sort of like residuum that they sort of scrape off, and you know, it doesn't feel like these guys. It doesn't feel like it's necessarily easy work. It's just available work. The only difference between medicine and poison is the dose. Different deaths, different scenarios, different creatures. Could be different, for lack of a better word, flavor. Recent death could be more potent than long-aged death. Hoff, you could get into some real old-school alchemical stuff. Death is part of the pseudo-alchemical process through like a soul or a physical body transmutation. Yeah. And this guy doesn't have to. He doesn't have to fully die. So maybe it is the lantern. Maybe the sight that the lantern provides, like maybe ectoplasm. That's fair. yeah, maybe with the lantern, maybe the seeing and the connection to it, maybe anybody can do it. Anybody could sort of walk and travel and maybe the unique part about he's just willing to do it. Facing death over and over and over and over again. Most people wouldn't want to, as just like their job. And it's almost like a cheat, because this, whatever this call it ectoplasm, I guess, for the sake of discussion, whatever is created at the point of death normally goes with you. And if your death is reversed, if you're brought back, it basically destroys it. That is the vehicle. It's almost like grease on the process. Like it sort of greases the to and fro. And so by cheating, by using this lantern, by finding there's probably certain deaths, certain dead bodies that would be more amenable to this process. You're dying, they're dying. You die with them, but you only reverse your death. So you basically are. It's almost like stealing. It's like what's the thing about like the two, like the silver pieces on the eyes to go down the river Styx? It's almost like stealing those silver pieces. You know, yours you gain and eject them because you're leaving the process, but you come away with it. Ryan could be the more violent or malicious the death, the more toxic. Yeah, there'd definitely be different, like I imagine him coming out of it, you know, being brought back and sort of collecting it and being like, well, this one was particularly nasty, so, you know, probably want to stick this, you know, we'll label the, like they would have jars labeled, right? With like, this is the, you know, it's like, yeah, like a, it feels like a grease or like a fat that they would collect. You'd like to think they're, John, you said you like to think they're most positive. So the Dragonborn, or maybe both of them, the most positive and joyful person ever, which is why they are the only one who can do this kind of thing. That could be. Like they're able to handle it, like uniquely so. I think I want to try putting some dirt texture on this this sort of open grave. I bet I have a skull I could stick in there. Actually, if he's digging, if this guy is going to be standing there and having something dug up, it should probably have some bones in it. But before it can have bones in it, it's got to look like Earth. What better to make it look like Earth than Earth texture? That does make sense. Gotta find some way to sort of process autofocus. Maybe the Dragonborn has a sword because sometimes something comes back with him. You know, traveling back and forth like that could attract, you know, like a wight or, you know, a ghost or something like that. Which is like, wait, that's probably the ghost of the person you just, you know. That's like, yeah, probably. I'm using this Vallejo texture paste. It's called Earth Texture. Just sort of, you know, dries pretty quick. Yes, exactly, Hoff. Like that's a trope that I think would be really useful to use, right? Opening the door. You know, you can close it quick, but something may slip through. I think that's a really good one. Do I have? I thought I had more like a muddy texture. Maybe all out of that. I have like a desert sand. That's no good. I have like a rough earth, so I may have to use this for mud too. Wow, Jesse. Yeah. Well, okay, so don't buy this stuff, but I have it already, so I'm gonna keep using it, but maybe hold off on buying it for now. That's okay. Plenty of other stuff to buy off my tools page. Doesn't have to be. Kind of is, yeah. Hey, what's up, T? How goes it? It's kind of just like a sandy, gritty, kind of like caulk, right? Or like a filler. Yeah. Math teacher Christmas party. I bet that was wild. This guy, let's make a shovel. Let's Let's paint a shovel. I've been waiting for a chance. Cool, T. Not much left at all. Yeah, let me see if I can... Keeps bugging me. Let me see if I can fix this focus. Not that one. Not maybe you. This one. Yes. You missed the stairs already. Oh no. Stairs will be back. I think I started it on some of the encounter design. So stairs will come back, not in crafting, but in design and playtesting, stat design, you know, PDF layout, stuff like that. Let me try to fix that focus so I don't have to worry about my hand positioning all the time. Hey, construct. Oh, whoa. Big bump. Hey, see you, Ryan. Yeah, I think so. We sorted some stuff out. I think we landed somewhere I like, and now let me let's try to capture it. Let's try to capture it. Because it's everybody's favorite part of working on miniatures is the note taking, the diligent note taking. Okay. It's got the Gravedigger and the Dragonborn. So I heard either a Mortis or a Morris for the Gravedigger. Obviously, it'd be pretty on point to say Rigger or Riga. Maybe it's Riga. For the Dragonborn. And I think the Lantern is what allows the death walking to occur. They could always be. That's true. I love nicknames extending to full names, which is fun. I won't, Noel. Don't worry. Even I have limits. And nah, not necessarily. This is just where we're starting from. Tote? Is that what you're saying? Tote? So the big idea is that they do this work. You know, they can speak to the dead. They basically, well, they see the last minute of their life, so that is, you know, that there's value in that. And they do that, and they probably do good work doing that. But they also, the sword, and the capabilities of the Dragonborn are important because two things. One, when the Dragonborn comes back, when they sort of travel back or is effectively revived because they sort of die to experience the death of the dead. So that's why they need a partner. So when they're revived, they, on the one hand, something might come back with them, which is why they're armed, which is why they're ready for another fight. And two, they are usually they seem to sort of return with like a grease. Like I'm thinking of, when I think of the Yes. Yeah, the grease is basically like it's sort of scraped off and bottled, and it's labeled. Like a more recent death would provide different benefits to like an older death, to like a murder versus an accidental death. Athanasios. Athanasios is the original Greek name that Thanos was derived from. It's a name for someone who cheats death, roughly meaning immortal. So by viewing this death and then coming back and sort of returning with the grease, or whatever this residuum, this sort of artifact of the process, the reason they're armed and the reason they're ready to fight, and what would be sort of more apparent the more you saw them do this ritual, is that the unsettled dead that comes back is probably the person they were just investigating. Like, I imagine them being hired, like, I just really want to know what happened, you know, how they went, like a loved one or something. And they can find out that information, but bringing back this material, this thing that has value to them, they're also like unsettling the dead who could cross over as well, and like they may have to, but it's not going to be clear. Like, it's not like they come across and it's obvious that they are who they were. They're going to be, you know, it's going to be like just disturbed energy almost. Constructs, as long as they perform the ritual within the light of the lantern, the Death Seer cannot truly die, only slip out of his mortal body momentarily. That's a cool idea. Actually, yeah, that makes sense for the I mean, that's straight up Echoes of the Eye vibes, which I fully approve of. But this miniature does legit have a lantern, so. So it feels like our Gravedigger Morris. I like Morris better than Mortis. Mortis sounds... Maybe it's Mort? True, the light can't be affected. Or they could be lost, right? Then you gotta send... Then it's like sending in the cat after the mouse. Or the dog after the cat after the mouse. You gotta send somebody else in to pull them out. Which would be fun. And then it feels like, I think I forget who said it, but is the Dragonborn someone who is so jovial, so optimistic that they can deal with this, they can square this? Morton McFleur. I mean, they're a fighter. They could be magical. So yeah, so this is kind of what we have so far. These two are like private investigators, contractors. One or both of them are death clerics. I imagine they likely travel from town to town often. Like, I imagine these people are sort of on the road. They keep moving, especially because they don't want to be found out that, like, they are sort of harming the deceased in what they do. Not fearing death. Like, maybe they're even reckless with it. Maybe they, for whatever reason, it's like a taste of that. Because every time for the Dragonborn who's basically experiencing it, the Dragonborn experiencing it, it would be such an adrenaline hit. You know what I mean? Like, there'd be a real, like, that could be a dangerous line to walk. It could be, yeah, or maybe there's a reason they want to get close to it. Okay. Oh, this is good. This is good. So that's progress. Maybe they're so used to dealing with death because of the necronometry that they don't fear it because it's become mundane. It's pedestrian. Some of it certainly would probably be pedestrian. It'd be like the more exotic, the more wild. Like they would almost like chase that high, right? They were like, "Where's the?" Like, oh, there's a killer on the loose. Where, right? They would almost chase death, like the way that people would chase like twisters, you know, like storm chasers. They're death chasers. It's also, I mean, it's how they get paid, because even if nobody hires them, they can probably you know, dig up a body and learn enough to go maybe steal some money. Like, these would not be very probably super honest people all the time. Yeah. Is that hair under the hat? Yes, it is hair. He's got to have gray hair, right? Gravedigger, gray hair. Just feels right. There's even a Grave Lord gray for the hair. should have like bone. He should have like, maybe he should have gray skin even. Probably doesn't get a whole lot of light. Thank you, Speed Paint, for. I definitely wanted that much of you. Go for a cereal box. YOLO, right? This does feel like sort of a reimagining of one of my favorite Bond movie titles. You Only Live Twice, like that kind of vibe, you know. Like the contrast between these two, like you probably, like I imagine a Gravedigger that's a bit more serious, and the Dragonborn is maybe more like kind of living that rock star life. Like they, what do you need me to go die again? Like what's the worst that could happen, right? You can bring me back with your little lantern. Jean says the grease they collect something they sell. Is it a resource? I think so, and I think it would be something that they could make something from themselves. Like they would certainly be the experts of it, but I think they could also, like, there would be exotic forms that, like, so if he comes away from, like, let's say there's a killer, like a vampire drained somebody, that's what they discovered. It's like, okay, this is like, the death is very particular, it's like prolonged and it's violent and it's messy. They'd probably have jars that would have these things written on them, and that's what they could use as like, hey, if we take like, we know that if we like boil this layer of this grease down, that it makes like a really effective poison. Or maybe if they prepare it in a way and like take it in smaller doses over time, they can become resistant to a particular form of damage or death, right? Now that'd be one use, but then they could also say like, oh, this is just, there's some stuff that's not that interesting, and we package that up as like a general sort of it's like that's like yeast that is not that interesting. We sell that to bakers, like that sort of vibe where it's like that stuff's no good, but we keep most of the exotic stuff for ourselves because we can do more with it. Ooh, if it could store memories, that'd be a useful potion. You only live twice as many with Plug in Dimension 20 Starstruck Odyssey. Plug's catchphrase is something like, it's a good day, I'm dying tomorrow, and the party came back the next day to see if he was dead. Why would I be? It's today. That is pretty good. That is a pretty good one. But I think the Gravediggers takes it all maybe a little bit, well, definitely more seriously. So that, yeah. Riga makes me think of like Riggs, right? Like Morris. I don't know if Lethal Weapon fans, but Morris or Mortis and Riga makes me think of Riggs and Murtaugh, because they have a similar vibe. Like Murtaugh here is the sort of battle worn, like they've seen it all type of thing, and Riggs is sort of the rock star, not being as careful, putting them both at risk, but sort of living for the high. Just lean into that buddy cop dynamic. I mean, storing memories, like, would it actually store the death memory? Because I feel like that could be maybe not something that people want. Oops, sorry, Gravedigger. He actually doesn't have much skin showing. Got his ankles down here. He can't hide those ankles. I see them. Exactly. Yes. So I like. How about this stored death idea? This could be interesting. Let's push on that for a minute. The grease would store the memory, not the experience. Right. I've died too many times for this. Yeah. He works with a partner because well, he's died too many times for it, but the Morris isn't willing to do it anymore. That's why he exclusively works with a partner. He's got the lantern. He's done the job before. But he's like, somebody else is going to do the heavy lifting. I can't do it anymore. Okay. Yeah, it's grease residue. It all kind of, it should probably gain a name at some point. Like, what do they call it? But in terms of describing it, it's like, it should feel almost like rendered fat, right? It's like, there's a reason, like, few people would do this job. But this memory idea, okay. Sort of or let's just call it the death residuum. So different deaths. Necrofilm, you're close to what I'm thinking here, because like, if you were investigating, I think Die Hard qualifies. I think if Christmas is a part of the movie, is a theme of the movie, it counts for me. If there's Christmas music, if there's Christmas decorations, it counts. It can be on. Maybe it's only on, it's the second movie, the kids go to bed and you're just having a drink. Like, that might be the Christmas movie that it's on, but that's okay. That qualifies. We gotta have something to chase chase away the pain after White Christmas, right? After we watch that 4-hour movie, gotta have a palate cleanser. I know it's not 4 hours, but it feels like it. Death by Vampire, might love it. What if the so what if the grease that they're bottling is also, if they are investigating a mysterious death or trying to find somebody, what if they can transfer this to, like, glass, right? Or some sort of material that light shines through, shine light through it, and kind of get images almost like a crime scene to investigate. And this could allow a whole other element of this, especially for the party, especially for further scrutiny, right? Where you could actually sort of create these sort of like fuzzy, they're not going to be precise, they're not going to allow you to get through, but you could actually now be pulling, like, notes and pieces of what happened to somebody forward, which would be really fun to think about. So I like that idea. Death by Vampire, my last salve. Other creative use case, like if you're using it to stave off a certain type of death or give you resistance to certain types of, in this case, a charm. It's like what people are experiencing, or maybe could it boost strength? Maybe it could to think of more examples. But I like that idea a lot. because that now creates a new way of using these characters. That creates a new mechanism for story and investigation, and it creates an angle on it provides a way of doing investigation on a past event in a D&D session, which otherwise has almost no way of doing it. Like if we were to design an investigation around this stuff that involved the party helping to investigate a death, like you could literally hand over like pictures. You could hand over Polaroids, right? You could actually have sort of like or some version of that. Maybe it's been transferred into something, or it's represented in a way that feels more appropriate, but that would be really unique. Like, that makes me want to make a drop-in adventure centered around these NPCs. I do. Sorry, painting ankles, I forgot. So I was distracted by all of the neat gameplay opportunities. Hey, Buck. That's awesome. Appreciate the sub and for checking out the stream. You're getting into diorama making. Well, yeah, T, investigating death through less. I know that's like a thing, but like I haven't played the game, so I came up with it first. It's fair game. Yeah, Oberdin should probably be the next game I play. Bootleg version of the necrofilm floating around that's unrefined. It's a drug that dropping necro. Ooh, I mean, who's to say they wouldn't sell something like that? That could be something. Ooh, that could even be like a tension between the two investigators, right? Wouldn't the gravedigger like kind of? Can't you imagine them? See ya, T. Congrats, one more day. Good luck. I can imagine the gravedigger kind of turning to the dragonborn like, you told me you would stop selling that stuff. Like, you know what happened in the last town we were in. That's why we had to pack up and leave, because they wanted to, to hang us when they found out that we'd been selling that stuff, or we were the source of that, It's like selling a mushroom or something, right? Like they maybe like burn it or something. Like if the fumes, they like a whole room could. It's like a seance drug, right? Where it's like a candle, like burn the grease like a candle, and now everybody's like seeing it, like having visions of that. But it's kind of a dark angle to it, but. Maybe these guys aren't the only ones with access to this kind of stuff either, right? Maybe there are other lanterns out in the world. This was the basis of optography. They believe the eye is imprinted with the last thing they saw before death would have helped in investigations. It's really interesting. Really interesting. I'm gonna throw that. I'm gonna put that over here before I forget about it. It's hopping back and forth. Oh, yeah, constructed, tied to the purple flames in the fractal dungeon. I like the idea. Noel, maybe they have a green lantern, and because they have strong willpower, they can resist temptation to sell it and can resist death. Maybe they have a green. Oh. It's green. It's green light. I mean, clearly though, it's green light, right? Like that. That totally makes sense. But it is a green lantern, so maybe it shouldn't be. I don't think it. I think I can. I think I can paint it just fine with the yellow light coming off of it, because the lantern itself has skulls on it. So I think that'll be clear. It's hard to make a DC Comics joke, because sometimes DC Comics is the joke. It's hard to make a joke on a joke. But not anymore. It looks like they're turning it around. It looks like the new Superman is going to be a lot of fun. So be happy to eat those words come July. Or sooner. There's a couple shows. I still have to watch Peacemaker, and this new Commando show sounds like it's pretty good. Buck, it's a slip and slide down. You'll find your way there if you keep, especially if you keep hanging around this bunch. So I started playing D&D with my wife. So it was a solo game. Like I was the DM and she had a character and sort of a sidekick that we shared control over in the game, and we ran that game together for a year. That's how we learned how to play. It was only after doing that I expanded and tried to lead a group, play with a group. Thanks for the Discord link. I should check it real quick and make sure it still works. Do I need to update it? Hey, it still works. Look at that. Good deal. But thanks for linking that up. Yeah, Buck, we pretty much the Discord only gets shared in here, and not pretty much, it totally does, and all the same names and people you see chatting in here are in that Discord, and it's a great place to be. I am biased, but I think it's a good place to be. Let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and prime these guys. Get them drying. Catan, yeah, that's fair. We were big board game players. It's actually my wife who was the most insistent about trying D&D, and that we needed to figure out how to play it. So I have her to thank for that, because otherwise it might have taken me a lot longer to ever try it, which would have been sad. Because I only really started playing the game 5 or 6 years ago. Where is the primer? Where is my primer? There we go. I guess we have her to thank or blame, depending on your opinion on my contributions to the hobby, I guess. Oh, they shortened the name. Did Settlers have a bad connotation to it? So this is just a brush-on primer, making it easier to paint this stuff up. Neither base is going to have a complicated paint job. Okay, back to the minis themselves. I think I want to paint this lantern that we've been talking so much about. See you, Construct. Yep. Catch you next time. Let's see. Maybe it's like a brass lantern, like an old, like, could always be, I guess it could be iron. Could be wooden, could just be, because is it really a flame? Like, what's in there, especially when it's like depicting a skull? It's like, what's really in there causing the light? Probably, definitely not fire. I think I like it being a wooden lantern. Rickety creaks. The Soul Ichor. Oh. So to some extent, the residuum also kind of fuels it. It's an interesting over the garden wall. I wouldn't know. I haven't read that. But it makes sense, especially if we're introducing this idea that it can be abused almost like a drug, and like people can sort of trip on it if they burn it directly. It's like only the lantern allows it to be channeled and used for the sort of death walking. That could make sense. Oh, maybe I need to watch that. I have not. I've heard people mention it a couple of times. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, especially if there's a little LED in there. Which is something I should probably add to my repertoire at some point. Lighting up via magnet connections would be pretty neat. Sounds as advanced as what it sounds like. Be curious to see that. Maybe a brass handle. I have matte and gloss varnishes that I'll use from time to time. I don't think I use them like super diligently or anything like that, but I have them for it. Ooh. I like the idea of a trapped soul. Yeah, my brass is like is not in good shape. Yeah, I need to get new brass. Like a dowsing rod. I mean, that would probably be part of the mechanics of the lantern for sure, right? Is it helps identify like targets. Paint job is a little bit messy on this one, but also the models are sort of messy and sludgy, and all of the details kind of sort of just meld together. So I'm just sort of letting that be. It fits a little bit with these guys, even at arm's length, like tabletop quality. I'm not sure these guys should be seen in anything but low light, you know. Buck, you're coming at this hobby from a musician's perspective, having tinkered so much with pedals, fixing guitar electronics, and a lover of creative lighting. Oh, that's pretty neat. Sounds like you have a neat background for it. It's always interesting to see how people end up messing with, you know, minis or crafts or whatnot. I feel like the nature of these guys might mean that, like, from like a layer perspective, like, not to say that they are necessarily antagonists to a party, but they could be viewed that way for a time. Because I imagine going anywhere around them, you know, almost like layer properties, like there's probably a high likelihood of sightings of ghosts, of maybe just things that want to feed off of the dead. See you, Buck. Thanks for hanging out. Drop by anytime. I'm on every day. Whoop. My apologies. He has a couple of bags on his belt. I'm always tempted to make those a little bit more colorful, but I'm not sure that... Think about like the dyed, woven materials that quality like pouch you'd have on your belt would be made of. And since one of these is probably carrying jars of this death grease band name called it. I feel like even just like if we only took what these guys were doing altruistically, like investigating their shack or their room at the tavern and finding jars of grease with these labels, it would feel like something out of Seven. You know what I'm saying? Like it would feel like whoever these people are, they're insane and they need to be stopped. Like it'd be so hard to try to justify for these characters to try to explain themselves to the party. Oh yeah, I mean that would be sort of the that would be like the fun part. Like I love the character stuff that allows it the first half, or in this case the first third. The first experience with these guys in a game should be extremely off-putting and unsettling. Maybe you use the grease, maybe you don't. The grease might be a better punch at the end, because initially just learning that they are so closely sort of related to death that they seem to be grave robbing, because they'd be digging up graves, people would be able to detect, and like maybe they would even be taking jobs with shady folks. Like the first bit, these would look like enemies, and then you'd learn about them and go, okay, well there's a purpose here. They're just like, this is kind of dark, I guess, but like, and then you find the jars, and then you see what they're using and making and selling, and the effect of that. And I think at that point, maybe the party can process it, but I don't imagine they'd be very happy about that. Sorry, I have to do my have to attempt to do the eyes. I will attempt eyes. That's all I can ever say, really. right, so my technique for eyes is first I give them sort of a strip of white across the eyes there. I'll let that dry, and then I come at it with I let the white over sort of really the whole eye area and the nose and the top half of the face. Pretty liberal with it. And then I will come in with a small micron pen and sort of dot or sort of color in sort of the pupils of the eyes. And then once that dries, I'll come back in with basically whatever the face coloring was over the white and basically draw around and sort of try to make them look like eye shapes. So it's in a couple of steps. This has been the method I've found seems to require less redo. Using the micron, using a pen for the eyes helps a lot. And Schweens, they do mine look freakish plenty of times. But you got to remember, you do the eyes, and then you're only ever looking at them from a distance. Well, they're not that blurry usually, unless you have bad eyesight. Camera focus will do that, but... It's all about managing that dry time. Especially when we double what we're working on tonight. Okay. Sorry. Let me look at it more closely. I actually need to go a little bit higher on the face on the one side. Dragonborn, what color is your sword? The sword would probably have special properties specifically tuned to the undead. It might even be less effective against the living, but it would be very useful against the dead. That makes me think of like a darker blade, maybe. Something that's sort of tinged with sort of dark energy. Could go straight magic sword, and it's got like a more of a vibrant color to it. I think I have a dark metal. Yeah. I have this Duragar metal. You can see how that looks on the blade. this white's any good. We'll see. See you, Noel. Good luck. Whoa. Start with like a flat brown, I think, on this Gravedigger's base. Because it's gonna get a lot of dry brushing and coverage probably, so get a nice even coat on there to begin with. I think for this cobblestone, even though it's going to have some muddy areas, I think I'm going to start it with a gray. Some sort of a cool gray color. Nice part about 2 minis is there's always something to work on when stuff is drying. Just bounce, 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 bounce. Come on. What if the gravedigger, to relax between grave robbing jobs, did miniatures as well? Then you can make cute mini minis. Maybe he likes to knit. Gets cold in those graveyards. You know, it's a great point. Mini minis. I think I would lose it. I think I would go absolutely crazy trying to do, you know, go one level smaller. It's always cool when people do, though. Like, you'll see that from time to time. You know, what if the miniatures were also playing D&D? Seen a few good examples of that. Hey, Leaf. Got a couple of dangerous folks here, um, with some appropriate bases to accompany them, hopefully. Effectively, we have a grave robber sort of duo, although not quite. Man, eyes are hard. So, Deathwalker is kind of what they do. What would I use for the grease? Well, if I was really, you know, like a fun craft to pair with this is like, if any of you ever made like potion bottles, it'd be like figuring out what is the substance or what is the way to sort of simulate that, you know, in a sealed jar, because it'd be fun when playing it to have those types of things to hand to the players. Like, this is what you find, you know, this is what they have. Yeah, Leaf. So the big idea is that using this lantern, which I probably want to highlight the skull actually. Using this lantern, the Gravedigger's partner is able to effectively sort of slip away and view the last minute or so of someone's life, like somebody who's dead. And so they can learn a lot, and they can bring closure to families, and they can help investigations and do historical research. They can do all these valuable things, but also what they do is when the Dragonborn returns, they're sort of covered in this like grease. And I think of it almost like a grease that sort of allows you to travel onto the afterlife. And so by stealing it, they've sort of stolen it from, because, you know, the idea is that if you die, then but you come back, you've spent the grease, like it's gone, but they've stolen it from the victim in this way by sort of revisiting that moment. And so that dead person, it's like two factors. One, that the dead are almost unsettled and could return now. Sometimes they do. It's like they come out of this place, and the dead, like a ghost or a wight or something, is coming back with them. That's why they have to be ready to fight. But the grease itself can be sort of rendered, so that they have just like jars that okay, this grease came from a person who was dead for 8 years and a vampire killed them. This person, you know, was executed, and this is how old it is. And it's almost like a magic, it's almost like a residuum. It can be used in potions, it can be used to create sort of resistance potions, poisons. But obviously, like, to some extent, what is the damage they're doing, and is it ethical for them to do it? And from their perspective, they're like, what, they're dead? I'm not actually sure that they would have that opinion. I think that's sort of a, we were talking earlier about how there's almost like a Riggs and Murtaugh vibe here, like they're buddy cops, where the Gravediggers may be older and wiser, and the one who actually experiences death over and over and over and over again is more of a rock star, more of a devil may care. You know, that maybe they even feel invincible to some extent. And also eyes. Just how stupid eyes are. That is extensive. Yeah, it's a part of how I'm able to recall it is because I jumped over and we were adding sort of spelling out. We just don't have names yet. Maybe like almost as a joke, like what if the Dragonborn, if she was named what Riga or Riga? I think Rig or Rig. Rigs is too much. I don't know nowadays. I don't know if people even think Lethal Weapon when they hear those names. I wouldn't be able to not think of it. And certainly like a Morris or something like that for the Gravedigger. Yeah. So there's a bit of lore. There's lore happening. There's new magic happening. There's necronometry. What do we call it? What do we call it? Necrometry. Which I guess makes the lantern a necrometer. Necromantic. One of the annoying things about speed paints, I like them, but it is annoying that like so many of them look identical once you have them on your palette. It's really hard to differentiate. Need to develop a system for that. Definitely. Well, plus, is it a lantern or is it actually a head in there? Right? Is there some sort of a monster that enables it? Maybe it's not even a like certainly they would reference it as a lantern. Maybe only the Gravedigger actually really knows what's in there. Those eyes look pretty dumb even for my standards. Might have to do something about that. See you, Mel. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry, I was muted. My bad. So we've got this this duo the Gravedigger and the Dragonborn, and they're a sort of partners. Ooh, I think I like that. I think I like that. So how do I wanna fix it there? So the big idea here is that the lantern, the magic lantern that the Gravedigger here has, allows the Dragonborn to basically death walk, basically die, or sort of temporarily die, and see the last minute of someone's life, see basically what happened to them. And they use this ability, to help people, understand. Maybe they do their own investigations. I imagine there'd be lots of historical uses, and some people would probably call them sacrilegious and stuff like that. But they would also, be able to help with people investigating things and people trying to find closure and things like that. A little bit of both, I think, extra. So let me finish what I'm saying, and then I'll touch on what I'm thinking. So this concept is based on I'll come back around to that. So then, but what they're also doing is the return trip for the Dragonborn nets them some residuum, kind of like a grease that they can bottle. And this grease is it's different depending on the death, depending on how old the death was, what kind of death it was, how intense it was. And this residuum, this material that it's like imagine like the cloak of the Dragonborn as they wake up is just somehow drenched in this. They have to sort of scrape it off. It's a very messy process, and they can then render that and make potions. They can make poisons. They can sell it to people who might want it. They sell probably the mundane stuff, but they probably keep all the exotic stuff. And when they finish sort of death walking, the Dragonborn, she has a sword, because often something may come across sort of the veil with them. And part of the reason that happens is because the grease that's being taken is sort of the grease that like sort of helps you transition from like life to afterlife. This is sort of being stolen from these dead people, and in the course of doing that is sort of disrupting them, ruining their peace. They could come back as a ghost. And so on the one hand, they're being sort of not necessarily altruistic, but they have a usefulness to things like investigations and bereaved families. But what they're doing is also kind of stealing from souls. And this idea came from a subclass that I developed with one of my players. It was a campaign that didn't go on very far, but it was this idea of a death cleric that can sort of walk in the shoes of the last minute of somebody's life, but they need a partner, because they basically have to like die in order to do this death walk, and then they need them to bring them back. And it's it's an exhausting process. I think the player and I figured out that initially they can only do it like once a week maybe, but that could level up as they develop their character. And I think like the nature of these two, I can see a take on this that's their NPCs, that the party would have probably a couple of different reactions to, depending on how long they knew them and how long they got to know them, and that's really exciting. I also think that there are magic items, and there's ways to, probably not each of them individually, but there's a way to actually turn this into a subclass. You know, once I sort of figure out what it all means. But yeah, I always really loved that idea. I wanted to bring it back, and you know, looking at this pair, it kind of feels like a good way to do it. And I just added a little skull peeking out. Well, thank you. Figure if I don't have some sort of bone or two down in this hole that the gravedigger's digging, it's not gonna feel right. Yeah, I was jotting down notes. Jotting down notes on the two of them. You know, they're like PIs or contractors. Oh, it's okay, Death Viper, no problem. They're very close. They're little things. I always say it's like, oh, could I add some grass to the gravediggers? Like, I don't know if I will. It's probably just fine with him digging a hole with a skull in it. That's probably a fine base. Yeah, on the surface, their work is about bringing closure, investigating death, even historical research. Like they'd be able to help a lot of people, but in reality, they're harvesting this residuum, this dark sort of fat-like grease, and they bottle it and either use it in spells themselves. Grease in the sense that it hastens the travel, like how you need silver pieces on your eyes to cross the river Styx. The grease is kind of like that, so stealing it is not without a cost. They're stealing it from the dead, so maybe like a Morris kind of lean. I like Morris. That's. We'll just mark that down. The other one's not so much, but Morris for the gravedigger. The names originally, I think people suggested because like Riga Mortis or Rigor, maybe like a Dragonborn named Vigor. And so the gravedigger is the one who has sort of the lantern and the connection, coining the term necrometry. Maybe we'll have to see if that sticks. But it's the lantern covered in skulls that allows the walker to return safely. With that, if the light goes out, they could get lost or actually be dead. And I think that the gravedigger maybe has done it themselves in the past, but they don't want to take that risk anymore. The Dragonborn, the Vigor, they feel almost like kind of, you know, kind of rock devil may care. Like they die all the time. There's probably a bit of a thrill to what they do, and they probably will, you know, kind of carry that attitude through life. They're reckless. You know, every death produces a different flavor of this grease. Yeah, so like a death by vampire might allow for a salve to be created that gives resistance to like vampire charming. Ooh, and I love this idea. The grease from a specific death could be smeared onto like a film or like glass, and shining light through it could actually reveal images of what the Deathwalker saw, so that it could be analyzed further. So now it's almost like a CSI. Like there's actually a... and then if the grease was burned, the fumes release would cause a seance-like trip. So there's also... like it could be this sort of grease could almost be used to semi-scam people, because it's a high that basically brings people to like a static version of the memory or something like that, or like a repeat, or like it's twisted, but it's like super dangerous. So all of these things are like different ways that I think it could be introduced, or different ideas that could cause the party to be introduced to these characters. You know, we need to investigate. There's like a new drug on the market, for instance, or hey, we need like having to work with these two to investigate a murder, or maybe they're asking the party for help because they're tracking down like a serial killer. And it feels like these. It also, maybe I need to write this down. Like, even though they wouldn't be necessarily summoning, ghasts, ghosts, wights, hauntings in general, they would just sort of gravitate towards them because I feel like they are, they're thieves. They steal from the dead. And so there would be those always looking to sort of get their revenge. So much so that, like, investigating these two, because that their presence and the stuff that they would do would be really strange to the part. Like, not strange, it would be really suspicious, right? Because they would appear to be grave robbers, and kind of they are. Like, I'm not sure that would be beyond them. Like, they're like, hey, they're dead. Like, yeah, it would take a few coins for the trouble. So they could be investigated as grave robbers, and I feel like the party, they'd be like, why are there all these ghosts? Like, what are they doing here? But really, it's just their presence. Like, they're not necessarily antagonistic, although they could be. And so initially, I think the party would view them as, okay, these are bosses that we need to take out, but seeing them explain and even demonstrate to the party what they do would be really interesting. Like, then okay, maybe now we're friendly. They could be friendly towards them, or at least not like wanting to kill them. But then the party finds their jars, like mason jars labeled with, like, killed by vampire. This one's like 6 weeks old, death by hanging. And they find all these recipes that they're using to concoct poisons and potions, and the money that they're making selling this stuff to probably unsavory people. And it's like, ooh, now do we not like them again? Like, that, giving the players those moments would be really interesting to sort of, and really kind of color these characters in a campaign. Especially in, like, I think they would work really well actually in sort of an urban setting. I chose like a kind of the gravediggers digging a hole. That makes sense. And sort of a wet, I put this like liquid stuff on the base of this like cobblestone street, because I sort of imagine, like, it's like wherever they go, it's probably raining, or it just finished raining, or it's about to rain. I need that. I think it was that. Just to make that skull look appropriate. Staring right up at him. I like that. And once they're dry and stuff, I'll color the bases properly. But yeah, I mean, that kind of feels like the job, the task is done. I I thought I would have more fun with the Reaper, the Reaper mini. These are both Reaper minis. I've mentioned their like product name in the description of the stream, and I was honestly looking forward to painting them because Reaper minis are by and large fairly easy, and they weren't necessarily hard to paint, but they were a lot muddier in their design. A lot of Reaper miniature designs are a bit more basic, a bit more just because they kind of have to be. They make them, it's a very soft plastic, and I think the mold process probably sort of requires it from them. Yeah, so a little bit. I wish it was. The process could have been more fun, but I'm happy with the. I'm happy with how they turned out. Mostly done. I haven't done the bases, but yeah, undersampled. I think they are. I think they came together pretty well here. I think I like this angle. Gravedigger's got a skull peering up out of him out of the hole that he dug. But I'm actually, I mean, and this is the goal of these streams, because painting minis is fine, but I'm no pro. I just keep on going until they're done, and I'm like, okay, they're done. But the characters, you want to hear this? Sure. I think, let me pull up my notes. I won't reference all. Hey, Caden. All right. So, the Gravedigger is Morris. It's okay, Viper. I can go over it again because now I've cleaned it up. I cleaned it up while I was talking about it, and it wasn't 15 minutes. Come on, dude. Maybe it sounds like that when I talk. I was musing about it. So the Gravedigger is Morris. The Dragonborn is Vigor. Those are their character names. And Morris owns this. He has this magic. He has this lantern, the one that he's holding there with the skulls. And that lantern allows, when the lantern light encompasses a person and a dead body, the contact is important. The proximity is important. It basically allows the living person to temporarily die and experience the last minute of that other person's life. But when revived, through probably simple potions, it's not quite death. As long as that lantern stays on, the person can come back. And when they do, obviously they experienced it, they've learned, probably, they do this service for bereaved families, probably helping with investigations, maybe even other things, other creative uses for that sort of ability. But they also, when Vigor comes out of it, two things typically happen. One, there's like a kind of a greasy film. Thanks, Caden. There's like a greasy film on Vigor's cloak, and they sort of scrape it off. They can it, like they put it into jars and they label it like, what was the death? What were the details? Because each one has like a different sort of tint or a different sort of flavor. And they can turn that into all sorts of things. It basically becomes a component. It can be used to make poisons, and it's all specific to the death. And that could be really interesting. So they have tons of these, and when they're mundane deaths, they might sell them to magic shops or potion makers, but the really interesting stuff they keep. And I said there were two things that can happen when Vigor comes out of the Death Walk experience. One thing is that it's covered in grease, and it's kind of the whole thing is kind of a gross process. And the other thing that can happen, and the reason for them being armed for the sword, probably Vigor's sword is probably specifically skilled with the undead. Sometimes something comes back with them. And I think usually when something comes back with Vigor, the reason is because the grease, the material, the whatever it is exactly that they come back with is taken from the dead. So I kind of think about this grease as like the I think I described it in my notes as like the silver pieces that you have to put on the eyes of the dead for them to cross the river Styx. This grease is sort of literally sort of allowing them to slide from life to afterlife. And by stealing this from the dead, it sort of disturbs the soul. It's sort of really high likelihood that this is going to this person may come back. This isn't something that they really tell anybody, because who would want to know that? But oftentimes coming out of these death walks, it's like it might be the ghost of the person lying there that they just disturbed and are now kind of facing the wrath of them. I would imagine that they would be like, "Oh yeah, we'll death walk for your family's sake. You know, they have questions about what happened, but we have to do this privately. We don't do this around other people. It's dangerous." But mostly the reason they don't do it is because they don't want anybody seeing that, like, just the pain that they're causing by doing what they're doing. So I really like these characters as NPCs, because I think that there's a lot of interesting ways to use them and introduce them, and I think they could enter sort of a party's orbit as potentially antagonists or seemingly antagonists that maybe become friendly, and then they could be horrified by them again once they realize like you know, it's like a scene from Seven to have a bunch of jars with like labels depicting what death scene they came from. And I think their appearance of being dangerous, kind of disgusting characters that would be off-putting to everybody, including the party, is that because of what they do, because they steal from the dead, while the lantern may keep them safe, generally speaking, I think that in their wake, always around them, like almost like a layer attribute, like I think that the dead would sort of be rising and looking for them. Like wherever they stay, it's like, hey, there's weird stuff going around. And the party investigating it would almost look like these grave diggers are summoning and digging up and causing all of this. And they're like, no, we're just PIs. Like this is just our job. And like, yeah, you know, weird stuff happens. Undersampled, what does it remind you of? Death Viper, random thought or random tangent. Have you thought about playing D&D during a live stream with the active Watchers members and or streaming one of your sessions? I've thought about it. Yeah. We'll say that. I mean, a byproduct of some of the stuff that I'm working on is that there will be video at the very least of me running D&D. Live streams will be another thing, but yeah, definitely there'll be some games of sorts going up. I'll just say actual plays, like being part of an actual play, doesn't really interest me, but that doesn't mean that playing the game in front of people doesn't interest me. That may sound weird. I just want to try some different ways of doing it, I guess, that I think could be really exciting. It excites me, right? But playing an actual play and doing it all in front of an audience online doesn't really interest me. But I think there's some stuff that I want to try to make that I don't see a lot of. So that's, yeah, when I think about doing it, might be something else. We'll see. See if I can get there. It'll definitely take some time, but undersampled. What does it remind you of? I'm like, you've got my attention here. I'm intrigued. I want to know. And also, usually, I want to know, what did I inadvertently rip off? Usually not on purpose, but people are like, that's just the same kind of lore from this or that. I'm like, oh, I had no idea. liquid water on the cobblestone base. I can't really tip it to show it, but it'd be interesting to see what that looks like when it's all done. Yeah, exactly. Under, you have to enlighten us. It's going to drive me crazy. Under, you're cruel, too cruel. So the stuff that I'm doing with stairs, writing encounters and playtesting them. Ultimately, I want to come back around. Oh, you're fine. I was just teasing you. I got time. I'll wait. I do want to come back around and revisit a lot of these characters and these ideas and flesh them out and like make it something like I think that, you know, an NPC, maybe a set of NPCs, maybe a one-shot magic item, drop-in adventure, you know, subclass. There's all this stuff that I want to explore with these ideas now that we've talked about them. Oh, cyberpunk, brain dances. Is that what they called it? That's a cool name for it. But I think next time, I definitely am not opposed to doing more sort of paired up or even like more, you know, like a set of characters would be interesting because it gives a lot more opportunities for telling stories. I think, man, after the last couple, I think I did a Whiz Kids last time and now these Reaper, I think I need to pick some really high quality, like some well-designed 3D printed stuff because these putty minis are starting to drive me crazy. Braindance is full immersion VR to experience something recorded from another person's viewpoint. Gotcha. That makes sense. That's cool. Illegal recordings where it's actually recorded from people as they died. Well, that's horrifying, but that makes sense. Yeah, one of the ideas for the grease, right, is that it would probably become popular as sort of like an illegal drug of sorts, because if you sort of used it as a candle, if you burned grease from one of these trips that these two took, it would probably be some sort of like mass hallucination, like a seance. Like I think this grease could be used as that'd be another hook in, because it would kind of be used as a scam, right? It's like, oh, I'm going to show you something, and it's like you are going somewhere, but it should be really dangerous, and like people could actually, you know, get stuck in those sort of experience in that trip. Yeah, but that's cool. It's a very similar. I mean, it's not a wholly original idea. It's just another way to sort of integrate it to fantasy. Oh yeah. And I think Morris probably used to do it, but probably refuses to. Like it's too, like he's not interested anymore. But I think that the Devil May Care vigor there's probably like a thrill to it though also, right? Yeah, highest adrenaline. Yeah. I mean, and maybe there's a background to vigor where it's like, yeah, you know what? I die all the time, whatever. Maybe they either want that thrill or maybe they just think they're not afraid of it. Right. Yeah, I mean, it would definitely make for interesting characters to see a party interact with and see where they come away from it. Because these guys would probably be like, listen, we're not taking anything from anybody alive. You know, all these people are dead. But yeah, a little bit frustrating painting these minis. Like I said, I'll probably aim for something 3D, something big and clear design lines for my next one. And I should just try to do this weekly because this process is really fun, and it's a little bit of variety too. So I'm not doing the same thing day after day after day. Well, that since now I'm waiting for them to fully dry. Yes, I agree. These are a couple dark characters, but hey, the right time, the right place, maybe for a Halloween one shot, could be fun. Maybe they guide the PCs in some bad spot where they know the grease they can collect is valuable. If they're antagonistic, sure, right? They could be relatively peaceful, or they could be manufacturing stuff that would be really valuable, right? But then if the party knows what they're about, like if you know that you're going to be going up against vampires, let's say, and you go talk to them, it's like, hey, do you know of any vampire killings? Maybe the party is aware, and it's like, hey, if we can get you that body, could you use that grease from that death to create something to give us like resistance to being charmed by a vampire, right? Like there's a way to sort of use the deaths as almost sort of a, not like a fetch quest mechanic, but there's a way to sort of, all of a sudden it becomes a like tracking down these stories and these burials and these victims of whomever, of whatever type of death. Actually, it's like a collectible or something, sort of like when players will want to find certain plants or things to use as materials. This would be another type of thing, again, especially if this is a subclass for players. And they could also be somewhere in between, and the party has to sort of judge, and at different times, depending on what they see, if they see them as like helping a bereaved family, they're like, okay, these guys aren't so bad. But then they see their cart, their wagon cart full of like serial killer like mason jars full of dirty grease with these like markings on them that look sketchy. They might change their mind, right? And I love that ambiguity, that sort of shifting that a party can have. Like, do we work with them? Do we not? Like, what do we feel about what they're doing? Do we care? That's always a fun place to be in a game. But yeah, that's it. That's all I can really do for now. Definitely going to be coming back to Vigor and Morris here. Vigor and Morris. And going to rework these ideas. I can see making some fun adventures out of them. But how about right there? Can I get it to be right there? That's not bad. For now, that'll do it. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Under. Thanks, Viper. Everybody else hanging out. It's a good time. Tomorrow night could be a late stream. Tomorrow afternoon is a maybe for me right now. We'll see. But either way, I'll be on tomorrow at some point, and I'll update in Discord when I know. But yeah, thank you. Thanks everybody, and everybody have a great Friday as we death walk our way to Christmas. It's so close. Sorry, Leaf. Oh yeah, I'll be on tomorrow.